Okay, we are live right now. Hello everyone, कैसे हैं आप सब? I hope you are doing great. It's today 25th जून और दिन के 10 बजे हुए हैं. 25 जून 2024 है, दिन के 10 बजे हुए हैं. सो आज का जो टॉपिक है, मेरे पास हिस्ट्री की दो बुक है. कल मैंने 2 चैप्टर फिनिश कर लिया था फ्रॉम द हिस्ट्री एंड टुडे आई विल आल्सो ट्राई टू फिनिश इट. टू चैप्टर ऑफ हिस्ट्री एंड हो सकता हो कि मैं इसे आज 2 चैप्टर इसका फिनिश कर लूँगा. एंड और इस मेरे पास क्लास 7th NCERT की बुक है, तो इसको भी कोशिश करूँगा कि आई विल फिनिश इट. Hello, how are you? Good morning, RK Constitutional Company. I hope you are doing great. How are you? तो मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि इस NCERT को आज फिनिश कर लूँ, हिस्ट्री की है. एंड देन इस मेरे पास बिपिन चंद्रा की हिस्ट्री की बुक है. इसका 2 चैप्टर आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इट एंड आई विल ट्राई टू मेक इट नोट्स ऑल्सो. Okay, so let's get started without any further delay. Where are you from? Where are you from? Yes. I will try to make it productivity so that it will be get positive for me also. And even thank you so much guys for such a big love and support. The way you people are supporting me, the way you people are loving me, it's a means a lot for me. There are many people from different part of the country. They used to support me. They used to uh, personally they used to message me that the things is going good. Thank you so much. So let's get started without any further delay. We'll be meet after the 1 hour. Thank you so much. So I have finished permanent settlement, which come into the 1765 East India Company, and then Royatawari system, Mahalwari system. They are the two systems in which the British government used to collect the taxes from the Indian peasants. Like Mahalwari and the Jamidari system. Jamidari system started by the Robert Clive. एंड इस साल जो यूपीएससी का क्वेश्चन था वो क्वेश्चन था जमींदारी सिस्टम और महलवारी सिस्टम और रोतवारी सिस्टम से रिलेटेड. सो इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द एग्जाम ऑल्सो, बट वी शुड बी नो दैट कि हाउ द ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट यूज टू एक्सप्लॉइट आवर peasants by rack renting, by the jamindari system, by the rotwari system, by the mahalwari system. And the Mahalwari system is the version of Jamidari settlement introduced Ganga Valley and North provinces part of central Punjab. The revenue settlement was made of village by village. Mahal means village by village. State and landlord head of the family who collected the claim to the landlords of the village of the state. The Punjab modified Mahalwari system known as the village system to introduce. In the Mahalwari area also the land revenue were periodically revised. Both the Jamidari and Rotwari system departed fundamentally from the traditional land system of the country. The British created a new form of the private property in the land, such a way that the benefit of the innovation did not go to the cultivator. All over the country, the land was now made siegeable, mortgageable, and liable. This was done primarily to protect the government revenue. If the land had not been made transferable, saleable, the government would find it very difficult to realize the revenue from the cultivator who had no saving or the possession, but out of which to pay it. Now he could borrow the money on the security of this land even the sell the part of it and pay each land revenue. If he refused to do so, the government could often did the auction his land and realize that amount. There was the system is going at the Mehalwari system, in which if the peasants not able to pay the revenue, the taxes on their land, the government used to auction. They used to auction their lands, so that they can collect the taxes from their land. Okay. Another reason for introducing the private ownership of the land was provided by the belief that only the right of ownership could make the landlord or the road exert himself in making the improvement. The British, by making the commodity which could be the freely brought and sold, introduced fundamental changes in existing land system of the country. The stability and the continuity of the Indian village were shaken. In fact, the entire structure of rural society began to break up. So this is the permanent and Raitwari and Mehalwari system. Which system we should be keeping in mind. Another topic is the administrative organization and social and cultural policy. One of the important points. So we have to see in the previous chapter that 1784 the East India Company administration of India had been brought under the control of British government, and that its economic policy were being determined by the needs of the British economy. Will now discuss the organization through which the company administrator it's recently acquired the domination. In the beginning of the company failed the administration of its possession in India, in the Indian hand, confining its activity to the supervisor, but it soon found that the British aim were not adequately served by the following old method of administration. Consequently, the company took some aspect of administration into the own hand under the Warren Hastings and the Cornwallis. The administration at the top was overhauled and the foundation of the new system based on the English pattern laid. The spread of British power to the new area, new problems, new needs, and new experiences, new idea led to the 19th century to more fundamental changes in the system of administration. But the overall objective of the imperialism were never forgotten. The British administration in India was based on the three pillars: the civil services, the army, and the police. So this was the so for two reasons. For one, the chief aim of the British Indian administration was to maintenance of law and order and the preparation of the British rule. Without the law and order, the British merchant and British manufacturer could not hope to sell their goods in every nooks and corner of India. Again, the British being the foreigner and could not hope to win the affection of Indian people. They therefore relied on the superior forces rather than the public support of the maintenance of their controls over the India. The Duke of Wellington, who had served in India under his brother Lord Wellesley, remarked after his return to the Europe. So civil services is one of the important points. So civil services was brought into the existence by the Lord Cornwallis. Who bring the civil services? Lord Cornwallis. As we have seen in the earlier chapter, the East India Company had from the beginning carried on its trades on the east through the servants who were paid low wages but who were permitted to trade privately. Later, when the company became the territorial power, the same servant assumed the administrative function. They now become the extremely corrupt by oppressing the local weaver, the artisan, merchant, and the jamidar by extorting the bribes and the gift from the Rajas, Nawab, by indulging illegal private trade. They masses untold wealth with which they retired to the England. The Robert Clive and the Warren Hastings made an attempt to put an end of their corruption, but they were the only particularly successful. The uh, Carnavalists who come to India as the Governor General in 1786 was determined to purify the administration, but he realized that the company servant could not give the honest and effective service so long as they were not given the adequate salary. He therefore enforced the rulers against private trades, acceptance of the pigeons and the bribes by the official with the strictness. At the same time, he raised the salary of the company servant. For example, the collector of the district was to be paid 1500 rupees per month, 1% of the commission on the revenue collected of each district. In fact, the company's civil services become the highest paid service in the world. The Carnivalists also laid down that the promotion in the civil services could be the seniority so that its member would remain the independence of outside influence. In 1800, Lord Wellesley established a college of Fort William. Who established the Fort William? Lord Wellesley. What was the time period? 1800. 1800, Lord Wellesley established the college named Lord Fort William at Calcutta for the education of recruitment of the civil services. Okay, the Fort William for what? For education of young recruited civil services. Where Fort William is situated in Kolkata. What was the time period? 1800. Who established? It was established by the Lord Wellesley. The director of company disapproved of his action. In 1806, replaced it by their own East India College at Haileybury in the England. Now the it college has been replaced by the Haileybury College in England. Haileybury College in England for the for the for the education of recruited civil services. So two things we should be keep in mind. First is that Fort William, and another is the Haileybury College. Haileybury, where it is situated in England. Fort William situated in Fort William College situated in Kolkata. Till 1853, all the appointments to the civil services were made by the director of East India Company. Till 1853, all the appointment of civil services were made by the director of East India Company, who letted the member of the board of control by letting them make some of the nomination. The director thought hard to retain his these lucratives and the privilege and refused to surrender it even when their other economics and political privileges were taken away by the parliament. They lost its finally in 1853 when the Charter Act decreed that all the recruited to the civil servant were to be selected through the competitive examination. A special feature of Indian civil services since the day of Cornwallis was the rigid and the complete exclusion of Indian from it. And it was laid down officially in 1793 that all the higher posts in administration worth more than the 5 euro 500 euro a year in the salary were to be held by the Englishmen. This policy was also applied to other branches of the government such as the army, police, judiciary, engineering. In the board of the John Soar, the who succeeded the Cornwallis. Why did the British follow such a policy? Many factors combined to produce it. For the one, they were convinced that the administration based on the British idea, institution, practice, could be formally established only by the English personnel, and then they did not trust the ability, integrity of Indian. For example, Charles Grant, chairman of the court director. Who was the co-director of chairman of the court director? Charles Grant condemned the people of India as a race of men, lamentably. degraded the base and retending but the feeble senses of moral obligation and sunk in the misery by their vice. Similarly, the Cornwallis believe that every native of Hindustan is corrupt. It may be noted that this criticism did not apply to some extent to the small classes of Indian officers and the Jamidar of that time, but but then it was the equally, if not more true, of the British official in India. And in fact, the Cornwallis had proposed to give them a high salary in order to help them resist competitors and to become the honest and the obedient. But he never thought to apply the same remedy of adequate salary to eradicate corruption among the Indian officers. In reality, exclusions of Indians from the higher grade of the service was deliberated policy. This service was required at the time to establish the consolidate the British rule in India. Obviously, the task could not be left to the India who did not possess the same instinctive sympathy for the understanding of the British interested as the Englishmen. Moreover, the influential classes of the British society were keen to preserve the monopoly of the lucrative appointment in the Indian civil services and other services for their son. In fact, they fought tooth and the nail among themselves over these appointments. The right to make them was the perpetual goals of the contention between the director of company and the member of the British cabinet. And how could the English then agree to let the Indian occupy this post? The Indian were however recruited in the large number to fill the subordinate posts as they were cheaper and much more readily available than the Englishmen. The Indian civil services gradually developed into the one of the most efficient and powerful civil services in the world. Its members exercised vast power, often participated in the marking of policy. They developed the certain tradition of the independent integrity and hard work. Though these quality obviously serve the British and not the Indian interests, they come to be the belief that they had an almost divine right to rule India. The Indian civil services has often been called as the steel frame, which reared and sustained the British rule in India. In course of the time, it became the chief opponent of all that was progressive and advanced in Indian life. One of the main target of attack by the rising Indian national movement. Army, the second important pillar of the British regime in India, was the army. It fulfilled four important functions. It was the instrument through which the Indian power was conquered, and it defended the British Empire in India from the foreign rival. It safeguarded the British supremacy from the ever-present threat of internal revolt, and it was the chief instrument for defending the British Empire, Asia and Africa. The bulk of company army consists of Indian soldiers recruited chiefly from the area at the present, including the UP and Bihar. For instance, in 1857, the strength of army in India was 31 3,11,400, of whom 2,56,9 were for the Indians. Its officers were, however, exclusively British, at least since the day of Cornwallis. 1856, only the three Indians in the army received a salary of 300 per month, and the highest Indian officer was the Subedar. A large number of Indian troops had to be employed at the British troops were for the too expensive, and moreover the population of British was perhaps too small to provide a large soldiers needed for the conquest of the India. As a counterweight, The army was affected entirely by the British officer, and a certain number of British troops were maintained to keep the Indian soldier under the control. Even as so it appeared surprising, today in the hand of the foreigner could conquer and control the India as the predominantly Indian army. And this was possible because of the two factors. On the one hand, there was the absence of modern nationalism in the country. At the time, a soldier from Bihar, did not think and they could not have through that in helping the company defeat in Marathas and the Punjabis. He was being the anti-Indians. On the other hand, the Indian soldiers had a long tradition of loyalty to the soul. In other words, the Indian soldiers were the good machinery and the company in its parts were the good paymaster. It paid its soldiers regularly as well as sometimes that the Indian ruler and the chiefs were no longer doing. Police. The third pillar of the British rule was the police, where the created once again Cornwallis started the police system in India. He realized that the Jamidar of their police function and established a regular police forces to maintain the law and order. In this respect, he went back to and modernized an old Indian system, Thana. This put the India ahead of the British, where the system of the police had not developed yet. Cornwallis established a system of circle or Thana headed by the Daroga, who was in India. Later, the post of the district superintendent of the police was created and headed the police organization in the district. Once again, the Indians were excluded from all the superior posts in the village. The duty of the police continued to be performed by the watchmen, and who were maintained by the villagers. The police gradually succeeded in reducing the major crimes such as the dacoity. The police also prevented the organization of the large scale of the conspiracy against the foreign control. When the national movement arose and the police was used to suppress it in its dealing with the peoples, the Indian police adopted a unsympathetic attitude. A committee of parliament reported in 1830 that the police committee uh, depre- uh, depredations on the peaceable inhabitants of the same nature as those practiced by the decades whom they were employed to suppress. William Bentinck and the Governor General wrote in 1830. The British laid the foundation of the new system of dispensing justice through the hierarchy of civils and the criminals court. Though given the start by the Warren Hastings, the system was established by the Cornwallis in 1793. In each district was established in Diwani Adalat and the civil court, prescribed over the district judge who belonged to civil services. The Cornwallis thus separated the post of civil judge and the collector. Appeal from the district court led the first to the four provincial court of the civil appeal, and then finally the Sadar Diwani Adalat below the district court were the registrars courts headed by the European and the number of subordinate courts headed by the Indian judge known as the Munsif or the Amins. To deal with the criminal cases, Cornwallis divided the presidency of Bengal into the four divisions, in each of which the court of circuit prescribed over the civil servant was established. Below these courts come a large number of Indian magistrates to try petty cases. Appeal from the court of the circuit led with the Sadar Nizamat Adalat. The criminals court applied the Muslim criminal law in the modified and less harsh form, so that the tearing part of the limbs and such other punishment were prohibited. The civil court applied the customary law that had prevailed in any area. are they among the sanction of the people since the time of immemorial. In 1831, William Bentinck abolished the provincial court of appeal and the circuit. The work was assigned for the commission and later to district judge and district collector. William Bentinck also raised the status and power of Indian as the judicial service and appointed them as the deputy magistrate, subordinate judges, principal Sadar Amin. In 1865, High Court were established at Calcutta, Madras and Bombay to replace the Sadar Court of the Diwani and Nizamat. The British also established a new system of law through which process of enactment of codification of old law. The traditional system of justice in India had been largely based on the customary law, which arises from the long tradition and practice. Though many law were based on the Shastras and the Sharia, as well as the empirical authority, though they continue to observe the customary law in the general. The British gradually evolved a new system of law. They introduced a regulation, codified the existing law, and often the systemized and modernized them through the judicial interpretation. The Charter Act 1833 confessed all the law-making power of Governor General and the Council. All this means that Indians were now living increasingly under the man-made law, which might be good or bad, but which had to be beyond the blindly and which could not be questioned as they were supposed to be divine and therefore scarce. 1833, the government applied a law commission headed by the Lord Macaulay to codify the Indian law. Its labors eventually resulted in the Indian Penal Code and Western Derived Code of Civil and the Criminal Procedure and other code of law. The same law now prevailed all over the country and they were enforced by the uniform system of code. Thus, it may be said that India was judicially unified. Rule of law. The British introduced a modern concept of rule of law. This means that their administration was to carry out at least the theory in the obedience of law, which clearly define the right, privilege, obligation of subject, and not according to the caprice or the personal discretion of the ruler. In practice, of course, the bureaucracy of the police enjoy the arbitrary power and interfere with the rights and the liberty of the people. The rules of the law was to some extent the guarantee of personal liberty of the person. And it is true that the previous ruler of the India had been general bound by the traditional custom, but they always had a legal right to take administration step they wanted, and their existence no other authority before them, and their act could be the question. The Indian ruler and the chief sometimes exercised this power to do so as they wanted. Under the British rule, on the other hand, the administration was largely carried on according to the law as interpreted by the courts through which the law themselves were often defective, were made not by the police through the democratic process but automatically by the foreign rulers. The left a great deal of the power in the hand of the civil servant and the police. But that was perhaps the inevitables in the foreign region that could not be very nature of the things to be democratic and liberation. Equality before the law. The Indian legal system under the British was based on the concept of equality before law. This means that in the eyes of the law, all the men are equal. The same law applied to all the persons, irrespective of their custom, religions, class, and previously the judicial system had paid heed to the caste discrimination, caste distinction, and had a differentiated between the so-called high boys and the low boys. For the same crime, the higher punishment was awarded to the Brahmins than the non-Brahmins. Similarly, in the practice, Jamidar and the nobles were not judged as the harshly as the common. In fact, very often they could not be brought to the justice at all for their action. Now the humble could also move the machinery of the justice. There was, however, one exception to this excellence principle of equality before the law. The European and their descendant had separate court. Even the law in the criminal cases they could be tried only the European judge. Many the English official, military official, planter, merchants we have with the Indian in the hatty harsh and even the brutal manner. When the efforts were made to bring them to justice, they were given the indirect and undue protection and consequently the light or the no punishment by the many of the European judges before whom they alone and they could be tried. Consequently, there were the frequent miscarriage of the justice. In practice, there emerged another type of legal inequality. The justice become the quite expensive of weakness made. The courts were often situated in the distant town. Lawsuit dragged on 4 years. The complicated law were beyond the grasp of the illiterates and ignorant peasants. Invariably, the rich could turn and twist the law and the court to operate their own favor. The mere threat to take the poor person through the long process of justice from the lower court to higher court of appeal and thus of the force him with the complete rule of him to suffer to the bring him the heat. Moreover, the widespread prevalence of the corruption in the rank of the police and the rest of the administrative machinery led to the denial of justice. The official often favored the rich. The Jamidar operates the riot without the fear of official action. In contrast, the system of justice that had prevaled in the pre-British time was comparatively informal, the speedy and inexpensive. Thus, while the new judicial system marked a great step forward insofar as it was based on the laudable principle of the rule of law, equality before the law, and the rational and the human man-made law, and it was the retrograde step in the some other respect. It was now costlier and involved in long debate. Social and cultural policy, we have seen that British authority are reorganized and regulated the Indian economy in the interest of British trades and industry and the organize a modern administration system to guarantee under the security. Till 1813, they also follow the policy of non-interference in the religious, social, cultural life of the country. But after 1830, they took active steps to transform the Indian society and culture. This followed the rise of new interests and new idea in the Britain during the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution which had begun in the middle of the 18th century and had a consequent growth of the industrial capitalism were the fast changing all the aspect of the British society. The rising industrial interest wanted to make India a big market for their goods, and this could not be accomplished merely by the adhering to the policy of keeping peace and required the partial transformation and the modernization of Indian societies. And so, in the word of the historian Thomson and the Garrett, the mode and the method of the old brigades were changing into those of the modern industrialism and capitalism. Science and technology also opened a new vista of the human progress. The 18th and 19th century witnessed a great format of new idea in the Britain's Europe, which included the British outlook towards the Indian problem. All over the Europe, the new attitude of mind, manner, morals were appearing. The great French Revolution in 1789, with its message of liberty, equality, fraternity, granted a powerful democratic sentiment and unleashed the forces of modern nationalism. In the realms of the thought, the new taints were represented by the Bacon, Loco, and the Voltaire, Rousseau, Kant, Adam Smith, and the Bentham. In the realms of the literature, by the Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, and the Charles Dickens. The impact of the new thought, the product of the intellectual revolution of the 18th century, the French Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, was naturally felt in India and to some extent affected the official notion of the government. Three outstanding characteristics of the new thoughts were the rationalism, the faith in the region of science, and humanism, the love of man, and the confidence in the capacity of man and progress. The rational and the scientific attitude indicate that only that was true with which was in the conformity with human reason and capable of being tested in practice. The scientific progress of the 70th and 80th and 19th century, tremendous power of production released by the application of science and industry were visible proof of the power of the human reason. The humanism was based on the beliefs that every human being was an end in himself and should be respected and prized as such. No man had a right to look upon the another human being as mere the agent of his own happiness. The humanistic outlook gave birth to the doctrine of individualism, liberalism, socialism. According to the doctrine of progress, all the society must change it with the time. Nothing was or could be static. Moreover, the man had a capacity to remodel the nature, society, and the rational and the justice life. Now, the current of thought in the Europe come into the conflict with the old outlook and produce the clash of attitude among those who determine the Indian policy or run of the Indian administration. The older attitude known as the corrective and traditional attitudes. About that, making the new changes in the Indian as possible. The early representative of these attitudes were the Warren Hastings and the Edmund Hooker, the famous writer of the parliamentarians, and the later ones were the famous officials Monroe, Malcolm, and Alfie Stone, and the Matka. The conservatives maintained that the Indian civilization was different from the European civilization but was not necessarily inferior to it. Many of them repeated and admired the Indian philosophy and the culture, realizing that it might be necessary to introduce some Western ideas and the practice. They proposed to introduce them very cautiously and gradually, favoring the social stability. Above all, they proposed any program of the rapid changes and the sweeping of hastily innovation they felt would produce a violent reaction in the country. The conservative outlook remained the influential in the England as well as in India up to the very end of British rule. In fact, the majority of British officials in India were generally conservative persuasion. By 1800, the conservatives' attitudes was fast giving way to the new attitude, which was sharply critical of the Indian society and culture. The Indian civilization were condemned as the statics, and it was looked down upon with the contempt. The Indian customs were considered the uncivilized. Indian institution corrupt and descended. Indian thought narrow and unscientific. And this critical approach was used by the most of official and the writer statesmen of the British to justify the political and economic and salvament of India and proclaim that it was incapable of improvement and must be therefore remain permanently under the British tutelage. However, the few Englishmen known the radicals went beyond the narrow criticism and imperialistic outlook and applied the advanced humanistic and the rational thought of the West to the Indian situation as they saw. The doctrines of the region led them to the belief that India need not only to be the fallen country of all the society that has the capacity to include the following dictates of the region and the society. The doctrine of the human led them to desire improvement of the Indian people, and doctrine of progress led them to the conviction that Indians were bound to improve. And now the radical though few but representing the better element of the British society desire to make the Indian part of the modern progressive world of the science and humanism. To them, the answer to the Indian ill spread to lie in the introduction of modern Western science, philosophy, literature. In fact, in all out the rapid changes along the modern line, some of the officials would come to the India in 1820 and after the were the deeply influenced by the radical outlook. It must, however, the emphasis that at this stated that such a honest and the philanthropic Englishmen were the few and that their influence was not never decisive so far the British administration of India was concerned. The ruling element in the British India administration continued to be the imperialist and the exploitative. They would accept the new idea, adopt the reformist measure only if, in the extent that they did not come into the conflict with the commercial interests and the profit motive, enable the economic penetration of India and the consolidation of British rule. Modernization of India had to occur within the broad limit imposed by the need of easier and the more through the exploitation of its resources. Thus, the modernization of India was accepted by the many English officials, businessmen, statesmen, because it was expected to make the India better custom for the British goods and the reconcile them to the aliens' rule. In fact, the many of the radicals themselves no longer remain the true to their own belief when they when they discuss the Indian policy. Instead of working for the democratic government as they did in the Britain, they demanded a more authoritarian regime described by them as the paternalistics. In this respect, they were no, where they were at one with the conservatives who too were ardent champions of the paternalisms which could be the treat the Indian peoples as the children and to keep out of the administration. The basic dilemma before the British administration in India was that while the British interests in India could not be served without some of the modernization, full modernization would be generate a process which could be go against their interests and would be in the long run and endanger the British supremacy in the country. They had therefore to follow the delicacy balance policy of partial modernization, that is the policy of introduction of modernization in some respect and blocking the preventing it in the other respect. In other words, the modernization of India was to be the colonial modernization carried out within the parameters of endemic review the promoting the colonialism. The policy, uh, hello, hello Parek, how are you? I hope you're doing great. The policy of modernization, Indian policy and the cultures were also encouraged by the Christian missionaries and the religious minded persons such as the William Wilberforce and the Charles Grant, the chairman of the Court of Director of East India Company, who wanted to spread the Christianity in India. They too adopted a critical attitude toward the India society, but on the religious ground, they passionately believed that Christianity alone was to be two religions and that all the other religions were false. They supported the program of westernization in the hope that it would be eventually lead the country conversation to the Christianity. They thought that the light of Western knowledge would destroy the people faith in their own religions and lead them to welcome and embrace the Christianity. They therefore opened a modern school, college, hospital in the country. The missionaries were, however, often most unwilling allies of the nationalist radicals. Those scientific approaches undermine not only the Hindu-Muslim mythology but Christian mythology as well. As a Professor H.H. Dodwell has pointed out, to the question of validity of their own gods had they question also the validity of the Bible and the truth of its narrative. The missionaries also supported the paternalistic imperialism and the policies based upon the law and order and the British supremacy as essential for their work of religious propaganda. They also sought the support of British merchants and the manufacturer by holding out the hope that the Christians convert would be the better custom for their goods. The radicals were given the strong support by the Raja Ram Mohan Rai and other like-minded Indians who were conscious of low caste or low state to which their country and the society had sunk, and who were sick of the caste prejudice and the other social evil, and who believed that salvation of India lay in the science and the humanism. Will we discuss the outlook and activity of these Indian at the length in the next chapter? Another reason, the reason why the government of India followed the policy of caution and the gradual innovation and not all out the modernization was the continuous prevalence of the conservative outlook among the British officials in India and the belief that interference in their religions and believe the social custom might produce the revolutionary reaction among the Indian people. Even the most ardent radicals paid the heed to this warning for along with the other member of the British government classes. They too desire the most of all the safety and the perpetuation of British rule in India. Every other consideration was secondary important. As a matter of fact, that the policy of haste and weak modernization was gradually abandoned after the 1858 as the India proposed. People shifted rapidly toward the modernization of their society and the assertion of their culture, condemned to be the rule accordance with the modern principle of liberty, equality, nationality. The British increasingly withdraw their support from the reformer, gradually come to the side with the socially orthodox and the conservative element of the society. They also encourage the casteism and the communalism. Uh, Humanitarian measures. If we discuss about the humanitarian measures, officials British effort to reforming the Indian society of its abuse where on the whole every merges and therefore the bore little fruit. Their biggest achievement was the outlawing of the practice of sati in 1829 when the William Bentinck made it crime associated with any way with the burning of widow on her husband's bride. Earlier the British rulers had an apathic and afraid of arousing the anger of the Orthodox Indian. It was only the Raja Ram Mohan Rai and other enlightened Indian and the missionaries agitated persistently for the abolition of the monstrous customs that the government agreed to take this humanitarian step. Many Indian rulers in the past, including the Akbar Aurangzeb, Peshwas, Jai Singh of Jaipur, had made an unsuccessful attempt to suppress this civil practice. In any cases, the Bentinck address deserved the praise for having acted resolutely outlawing the practice which had taken a toll of 800 lives in the Bengal along the British in 1815-1888 for refusing the bow before the opposition of the Orthodox big supporter of the practice. The female infanticide or the practice of killing the female children at the time their birth had a privilege among some of the Rajput clan and other castes because of the paucity of young men who died in the larger number in warfare because of the difficulty in earning the livelihood in the unfertile area and in the part of the western and central India because of the prevalence of the evil custom of dowry in the virulent form. Regulation prohibition infanticide had been passed in 1795 and 1802, but they were sternly imposed only by the Bentinck and the Harding. 1856, the government of India passed an act to enabling the Hindu widow remarry. The government acted after the Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and other reformers had carried on the prolonged agitation in the favor of major. The immediate effect of these acts were the negligible. All these official reforms touches no more than the fringes of the Indian social system and did not affect the life of the vast majority of people. It was perhaps not only not possible for the foreign government to do more. Spread of modern education. The British were more successful in the introduction of the modern education. Of course, the spread of modern education was not solely work of the government and the Christian missionaries and the large number of the enlightened Indians also play an important role. For the first 60 years of the domination of the East India Company trading profit-making concern took a little interest in the education of its subject. And there were, however, the two very minor exceptions in this policy. 1781, the Warren Hastings set up the Calcutta Madras for the study of the and the teaching of the Muslim law and related to subjects. 1791, Jonathan Buchan started a Sanskrit college at Varanasi, where he was resident for the study of Hindu law and the philosophy. Both these institutions were designated to the people's regular supply of the qualified Indians who held the education of the law in the court of company. Missionaries and their supporters and the many humanitarians soon began to exert the pressure on the company to encourage and promote the modern secular westernization education in India. While the humanitarian, including the many Indians, believed that modern knowledge could be the best remedy for the social, economic and political ills of the country. The missionaries believed that the modern education would destroy the faith of the people in their own religions, lead them to adopt the Christianity. The humble beginning was made in 1830 when the Charter Act incorporated and principle of encourage learn the Indian and promoting the knowledge of modern science in the country. They directed the company to spend some of the 1 lakh of the rupees for this purpose. But even this the petty amount was not made available by the company authority in 1823. The 4 year a great controversy raised in the country on that question of the direction that expenditure should take. While one section of the opinion wanted to be spent exclusively for the promotion of the modern Western studies, others desired that while the Western science and literature should be taught to prepare the student to take up the job, emphasis should be placed on the expansion of traditional Indian learning. Even among those who wanted to spread the Western learning, differences arose on the question of medium of instruction to be adopted in the modern school and the college. Some recommendation use of the Indian language called the vernacular at the time for the purpose, while the other educated the use of English. Unfortunately, there was a great deal of the confusion on this question. The many people fail to distinguish between the English as a medium of English as a subject to study and between the Indian language as a medium and the traditional Indian learning as the main object of the study. The two controversies were settled in 1835 when the government of India decided to devote the limited resources that it willing to spare the teaching of Western science and the literature through the medium of English language alone. Lord Macaulay, who was the law member of the Governor General Council, argued that the famous minute that Indian language were not sufficiently developed to serve the purpose and that the Oriental learning were completely inferior to the education learning. And it is to be noted that though the Macaulay view mitigated the prejudice against the ignorance of Indian past achievement and the realms of the science and the thought he was sold and he was solid ground when he held the European knowledge at in the field of physical and the social science to be superior uh, to existing the Indian knowledge to the advance at a time and the stagnate too long lost touch with the reality. That is why the most advanced India of that times led by the Raja Ram Mohan Rai fervently educated the study of Western knowledge, which was seen by them the key treasure of the scientific and democratic thought of the modern West. They also realized that the traditional education had where the superstition, fear, authoritarian, in other words, they realized that the salvation of the country led in going forward and not in looking backward. In fact, the no prominent Indian of the 19th and the 20th century deviated from this approach. Moreover, throughout the period of modern history, the pressure exerted by the Indian Maxius imbibe the Western knowledge play an important part in the pursuing the government and expanded its educational activity on the modern. Government of India acted quickly, particularly in Bengal on the decision of 1835 and made the English as a medium of instruction in the school and college. It opened a few English schools and college instead of large number of elementary colleges. This policy was later sharply criticized for neglecting the education of the masses. In fact, the emphasis on the opening of institutions of modern and higher education was not wrong. If for the nothing else, the large number of schools and colleges were needed to be educated and train teachers for the elementary school, but along with the spread of higher education, the education of masses should have been taken in the hand. This, uh, this, this the government would not do as it was not willing to spend more than the insufficient sum of education. And look at the quantity of the expenditure on the education and official had a record so-called the downward and the filtration theory. Since the allocation of funds could adequate only the handful of education, it was decided to spend the money in the educating the few persons in the upper and middle classes who were expected to execute the task of educating the masses and spreading the modern idea among them. Education in modern idea were thus supposed and their filter and radiate downward from the upper classes. This policy continue until and in the very end of British rule. It may also pointed out here that even though the education did not percolate downward, the modern idea did to the large extent, though not in the form of desire by the ruler. So the political party in the press, pamphlets, literature, public platform, and not through the school, textbook, and educated English. The intellectual spread idea of democracy, nationalism, anti-imperialism, social and economic inequality, justice among the rulers, education, urban masses. If the educational system acted as the carrier of these ideas, it did so indirectly by making available to its receipts some of the basic literature, the physical and the social science, and the hypnotic as the stimulation, their capacity to make the social analysis. Otherwise, the structure and pattern in the method, curricula, extent were all designed into service and the followable. The wood dispatch document for the director and the popularly named after the Sir Charles Wood, the president of Vodafone. 1854 was another important step in the development of education in India. The district asked the government of India to assume the responsibility of education of masses. It thus repudiated downwards filtration in the at least on the paper. In the practice of government did a little to spread education and spend very little on it. As a result of the direction given to dispatch Department of Education were instituted in all the provinces of affiliated universities were set up in 1857 at the Kolkata, Bombay and Madras. The Bankim Chandra Chatterjee and the famous Bengali novelist became in 1858 one of the first two graduates of the Kolkata University. For all the loud claim that made the government of India under the company and the later the crown did not really take the serious interest in spreading the Western learning or any other learning in India. Even the limited effort that was made was a result of factor which had a little to do with the philanthropic motive, of which important in this respect was the agitation in the favor of modern education by progressive Indian foreign Christian missionaries, humanitarian officers, other Englishmen. But the most important reason was the government anxiety to the economic and the cost of administration by getting the cheap supply of education, educated India to the man and large in the increasing number of subordinate posted in administration in British leading countries. It was the manifestly to the costly and the perhaps not even the possible to the important enough English for the purpose. The emphasis on the cheap supply of the color explain why the schools and the college have the important modern education which filter its efficient India jobs in the westernization administration of country, and why each institution had to emphasize the English which was the language of master as well as the language of the administration. Another motto behind the educational policy of British spring from the belief education India could help to expand the market for the British manufacturing in India. And lastly, the Western education was expected to reconcile the people of India to the British rule, particularly as it glorified the British conqueror of India and their administration. Macaulay, for example, lay down the we must present The British first wanted to use the modern education to strengthen the foundation of their political authority in the country. Traditional Indian system of education gradually withered away for the lack of official support, so then the more because of official announcement in 1844 that the application for the government employment supposes the knowledge of English. This declaration made the English medium school very popular and compelled more and more students to abandon their traditional school. A major weakness of educational system was neglected of mass education and result that mass literacy in India was hardly written. 1921 then 1981, as many as 94% of Indians were illiterate. 1911, 92% of 1921. The emphasis to the English as a medium and instruction in the places of Indian language also prevented the spread of education to the masses is further tended to create a wide linguistic and cultural gulf between the education person and the masses. Moreover, because of the student have to pay the fees in the school and college education for was quite costly and become a virtual monopoly of the richer classes in the city bonds. For nearly 100 years it was so very limited that it failed even to compensate for the rule of the traditional educational system. Major lacuna in the early educational policy was almost totally neglected in the education of the girls for which no funds were allocated. And this was the partially due to the government anxiety not to hurt the susceptibility of Orthodox India. Even more, it was become the female education lacked immediate usefulness in the eyes of the foreign official, since the women could not be employed at the clerk of the government. The result was that at the late 1921, only 2 out of 100 Indian women were able to read and write. In 1999, 290 girls were studying in the fourth top form of the high school in the Bengal president. The company administration also neglected scientific and the technical education. In 1857, there were only 3 medical colleges in the country. At the Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, there was only one good engineering college at Roorkee and import higher technical education. Even this was open only to the European and the Eurasian. At the root of many of these weaknesses lay the problem of finance. The government wanted uh, government was never willing to spend more than the scanty sum of education. In the late 1886, it devoted only about 1 crore of rupees to the education. Out of this, its total net revenue of nearly 47 crore. Social and cultural awakening in the first half of the 19th century. So I have finished chapter number 1. So now I'm going to finish it chapter number 2. What is the name of chapter? Social and cultural awakening in the first half of the 19th century. So after the break, after the 5-minute break, let's try to finish it. Chapter number 2, social and cultural awakening. It is it's not as much as big. It's just 10 pages. So I think my task is will finish it very soon. But if I will have energy, I will try to move forward for the another chapter. So let's get started. Social and cultural awakening in the first half of the 19th century. Immense intellectual and cultural statements characteristic in 19th century. The impact of modern Western culture and the consensus of the defeat by the foreign power gave birth to a new awakening. There was an awareness that the vast country like India had been colonized by the handful of the foreigners because of international awakening of India's social structure and the culture. Thoughtful, the Indian began to look for the strength and the awakening of their social, their society for the way means of removing the weakness. And a large number of Indians refused to come to terms with the West and still put their faith in traditional Indian idea of constitution, either gradually come to hold that element of modern Western thought and had to be embedded for the regeneration of the society. They were impressed in the particular by the moral science and the doctrine of reason and the humanism. While the differing on the nature extent of reform nearly all the 19th century, the intellectuals share the conviction that social religious reform was regularly needed. Rajaram Mohan Rai. What did he did? Rajaram Mohan Rai. The cultural figure in this reckoning of the Rajaram Mohan Rai, who is rightly regarded the first great leader of modern India. Rajaram Mohan Rai was moved to deep love with the people and the country, to work hard all his life for their social, religious, intellectual, political regeneration. He was pained by the stagnation and the corruption of contemporary Indian society, which was that time dominated by the caste and convention. Popular religions was full of superstition, was exploited by the ignorant and the corrupt West. Upper classes were the selfish and often sacrificing social interest to their own narrow interest. Rajaram Mohan Rai possessed a great love, respect for the traditional philosophic system of the East, for the East. But at the same time, he believed that modern culture alone would help and regenerate the Indian society. In particular, he wanted his countrymen to accept the rational and the scientific approach and the principle of human dignity and social equality of all the men and women. He also wanted to introduce modern capitalism and industry. Rajaram Mohan Rai represented the synthesis of the thought of East and West. He was the scholars who knew over a dozen of languages including Sanskrit, Persian, Arabic, English, French, Latin, Greek, Arabic, As a young man, he had studied the Sanskrit literature and the Hindu philosophy at Varanasi, Quran and the Persian and Arabic literature at Patna. He also well equated with the Jainism and other religious movements and the sect of Hindu. Later he made an intensive study of Western thought and the culture. To study the Bible and the originals, he learned the uh, Hebrew, Greeks and Hebrew. 1808 he wrote a Persian his famous book Gift of Monotheism. Gift of Monotheism written by the Maharaja Ram Mohara, in which he put forward the great argument against the belief in many gods for the worship of single God. He settled in the Calcutta in 1814 and soon attracted a band of young men with whose cooperation he started the Atmiya Sabha. Atmiya Sabha started by the Rajaram. From now on, he carried on the persistent struggle against the religious and the social evils, which were widely prevalent among the Hindu in the Bengal. In particular, he vigorously opposed their worship of idols, the rigidity of caste, and the prevalence of the meaningless religious ritual. He condemned the persecuted class and the encouraging these practices. He held that all the principal ancient texts of the Hindu preached monotheism, worship of one God. He published a Bengali translation of Veda and the five of principal Upanishads to prove his point. He also wrote a series of treatises on the pamphlet and the defense of monasticism. While setting the ancient authority for his philosophical view, Rajaram Mohan relied ultimately on the power of human nature, which was in his view the final touchstone of the truth of any doctrine, Eastern and Western. He believed that philosophy of Vedanta was based on the principle of reason. In any cases, one should not be state to depart from the holy book, script, invented tradition in the human reason to dictate if such a tradition was proving the harmful to the society. The Rajaram Mohan did not confine his application of the rational approaches to India religious and the traditional alone. In this he disappointed his many missionaries friends who had both that his rational critics of the Hinduism would lead him to embrace the Christianity. Rajaram Mohara insisted on applying the nationalism on the Christianity to particularly to element of blind faith in it. In 1820 he published his Precept of Jesus, in which he tried to separate the moral and philosophical message of the New Testament, in which praises from its miracle story. He wanted the high moral message of the Christians to incorporate it. This called for him the hostility of the missionary. Thus, as far as the Raja Raman was concerned, was to be known blind reliances on India and own pass on the blind taping of the West. On the other hand, he put forward the idea that no India, gained by the region, should acquire the teacher, all that was based in the East and the West. Thus he wanted the India to learn from the West, but this learning was to be the intellectual and creative process through the India culture, thought, were to be renovated. It was not to be the imposition of the Western culture on India. He therefore stood for the reform of Hinduism, opposed supersession by the Christianity. He vigorously defended the Hindu religion's philosophy from the ignorant attack by the Muslims. At the same time, he adopted an extremely friendly attitude toward the other religions. He believed that basically all the religious preachers a common message that their followers are all the brother under the sun. All his life, Rajaram Mohan Rai paid heavily for his daring religious outlook. The Orthodox condemned him for the criticizing the idolatry and for his philosophic administration of Christianity and Islam. They organized a social boycott against him, which even his mother joined. He was branded to heretic and the outcast. 1821, he founded a new religious society, the Brahma Samaj, later known as the Brahmo Samaj. So Brahmo Samaj was founded by the Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Atmiya Sabha, founded by Raja Ram Mohan, 1828, which supposed were to purify the Hinduism and to preach the monotheism, the belief in the one. The new society was to be based on the twin pillar of the religion, on the Vedas, the Upanishad. It was also to incorporated the teaching of other religion. The Brahmo Samaj laid the emphasis on the human dignity, opposed the idolatries, and criticized such a social evil and practiced the service. Rajaram Mohan Rai was the great thinker. He was also a man of fiction. There was hardly any aspect of nation building which he felt untouched. In fact, just at the beginning, the reform of Hindu religion from beginning, he also laid the foundation for the reform of Indian society. The best example of this of his lifelong trust against the social evil is the historic agitation. He organized against the inhuman custom of the women becoming the sati. Beginning in 1818, he set out the rough public opinion on the question. On the one hand, he showed by the citing the authority of oldest scared book that the Hindu religious practice based was the approach to the practice. On the other, he applied to the region humanity, compassion of the people. He visited the burning hearts at Calcutta and tried to persuade the relatives of the widow to give up their plan of self-immolation. He organized a group of like-minded people to keep the strict check on such a performance, like Sati Pratha, and to prevent any attempt to force the widows to become the Sati. When the Orthodox Hindu petitioned Parliament to withhold its approval of Pentic action banning the rights of Sati, he organized the counter petition of the enlightened Hindus in the favor of Pentic action. He also shouted the champion of the women's right. He condemned the subjugation of women, opposed the prevailing idea that women were inferior to the men. In the intellect or the moral sense, he attacked the polygamy and the degraded state in which the widow were often reduced. To raise the status of the women, he demanded that they were given the right of the inheritance and the property. Rajaram Mohan Rai was one of the earliest propagator of the modern education, which he looked upon the majority instrument for the spread of modern idea in the country. 1870, David Hare, who had become out to India in 1800 and watchmaker, but who spent his entire life the promotion of modern education in the country. Founded the famous Hindu college. Rajaram Mohara gave the most enthusiastic assistant to hire in this and his other educational project. In the addition, he maintained at his own caste at an English school in Calcutta from 1870 on English. Among the other subjects, the mechanics and the philosophy of the Voltaire were taught. 1825 he established the Vedanta College in which the course both Indian learning and the Western college school physical science were offered. Rajaram Mohara was equally keeping nothing Bengali, the vehicle on intellectual enterprise in the Bengal. He compiled the Bengali grammar. Though these translation, pamphlets, journals, he helped evolve the modern and elegant prose style for the latter. Rajaram Mohara represent the first glimmering of the rise of the national consciousness in India, the vision of an independent and the resurgent India, guided which thought and action. He believed that by the trying to weed out the corrupt elements from the India religions and the social, by preaching the Vedantic message of worship of one God, he was laying the foundation for the unity of the Indian society, which was divided into divergent groups. In particular, he opposed the rigidity of the caste system, which he declared he has been sources of want of unity among us. He believed that the caste system was doubly evil to create the inequality. It divided the people and deprived them of the patriotic feeling. Thus, according to him, one of the aim of religious reform was a political upliftment. Rajaram Mohara was the pioneer of Indian journalism. He brought out the journalism in Bengal, Persian, Hindi, English, to spread the scientific literacy, political knowledge among the people, to educate the people according to the topic of current affairs, and to prevent the popular demand and the grievance before the government. Uh, he was also initiator of the public education and the public political question in the country. He condemned the oppressive practice of the Bengal Jamidar, which had reduces the peasant to miserable condition. He demanded that the maximum rent paid by the actual cultivator of the land should be permanently fixed so that they too would enjoy the benefit of the permanent settlement. In 1793, he also protested against the attempt to impose the taxes on tax-free hand. He demanded abolition of company trading right and the removal of the heavy export duty on Indian goods. He also raised the demand for the Indianization of the superior service and separation of the executives and the judiciary trial by the jury. Judiciary equality between the Indian and European. Rajaram Mohara was the firm believer in the internationalism and the free cooperation between us. Poet Rabindranath Tagore has rightly remarked, Rajaram Mohara was the only one person in his time in the whole world of man to realize completely the significance of the modern. He knew that the ideal of the human civilization did not lie in the isolation of independence, but in the brotherhood of the interdependence of individual as well as the nation in all the sphere of thought and activity. Rajaram Mohara took the keen interest intellectual event of everywhere. He supported the cause of liberty, democracy, nationalism, opposed the injuries, oppression, tyranny in the every form. The news of the failure of the revolution in the Nepal 1821 made him so sad that he cancelled all his social engagement. On the other hand, he celebrated the success of revolution in the Spanish America in 1823 by giving the public vote. He condemned the unstable condition of Ireland under the oppressive regimes of the absence of British land colonization. He publicly declared that he would emigrate from the British Empire after Parliament and failed to pass the reform bill. Rajaram was a fearless as a lion. He did not hesitate to support the just cause. All his life was he fought against the social injustice, inequality, even the great personal loss from the hardship. In his life of service to the society, he often clashed with his family, with the rich Jamila, powerful missionaries, and with the high officials and the foreign authorities. Yet he never saw the fear nor shrunk from his children's loss. Rajaram Maharaj was the brightest star in Indian sky during the first half of the 19th century, but he was not the lone star. He had many distinguished society associated followers, successors. In the field of education, he was greatly helped by the Dutch watchmaker David Harry, Scottish missionary Alexander Dock, and the Dark Lord Tagore was the most of Indian associates. His other prominent followers were the Prashana Kumar Tagore, Chandrasekhar Dev, Tarachand Chakravarti, and first secretary of the Brahma Tijorio and Anglo Derogio. The radical trend arose among the Bengali intellectuals during the late 1820 and 1830. This trend was more modern than even Rajaram and was known to be the young Bengali. In leader inspired of was the young Anglo-Indian Henry Vivian Derogio, who was born in 1809 and who taught at Hindu College from 1826 to 1830. Derogio possessed the uh, dazzling intellect and for the most radical view time, drawing his inspiration from the great French Revolution. He was a brilliant teacher, showing the spite of his youth, attached to the hills like the coast of the bright, adoring the student. He inspired these students to think rationally and the freely to question all the authority. To love, to love liberty, equality, freedom, and to worship the Dejorio and his famous follower known as the Derojian young Bengal were the fairly patriotic. Derojian was the correct the first nationalist poet of modern India. For example, he wrote in 1827, "My country in the day of glory past, bureaucrats follow the circulate around the and the worship of the deity. where is that glory where that intelligence now? The pagan Pioneer its chain down at last, the growling, the slowly, the Teroji was a reform from the Hindu community theory because of which radicalism died of Walras at a young age of 22. Teroji attacked an old descendant custom rights tradition. They were passionate to advocate for women's rights and demanded education. They did not however succeed in creating a movement because the social conditions were not right for the ideal to flourish. They did not take up the event's cause, and there was no other classes or the group in Indian society at that time which would support their advanced ideas. Moreover, they forget to maintain their link with the people. In fact, their radicalisms were the bookish. They failed to come with the grip with the Indian reality. Even so, the region carried forward the Rajaramon tradition of education, educating the people and social, economic, political questions through the newspaper, pamphlet, public association. They carried on the public agitation with public questions such as the revision of the company charter, freedom of press, better treatment for Indian labor in the British colony abroad, and trial by the jury protection of the riots from the oppressive Janata and the employment of Indian in the higher grade of government services. Surendranath Banerjee, the famous leader of nationalist movement, described the origin of the pioneer of modern civilization in the except a father of our race, which virtue will excited the veneration and which failing will be treated with the genital consideration. Devendranath Tagore and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, the Brahmo Samaj led the meanwhile the continue to exist but without the much the life till the Devendranath Tagore, the father of Rabindranath Tagore, revitalized. Devendranath Tagore was the product of the best in the traditional Indian learning and the new thought of the West. In 1839, he founded the Tattva-Bodhani Sabha for the propagate of Raja Mohan idea. In time, it come to be include most of the prominent follower of the Raja Ram Mohan Rai, the Deviyo and other independent thinkers like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Akshay Kumar Dutt, Tattva-Bodhani Sabha and its organ Tattva-Bodhani Patrika promoted the systematic study of India in the past in the Bengali. It also helped the spirit of national outlook among the intellectual Bengali. In 1843, Rabindranath Tagore organized the Brahmo Samaj and put a new life. Samaj actively supported the movement for the widow remarriage, abolition of polygamy, women's education, betterment of Rio's condition. The next towering personality who appeared the Indian sense was the Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, the great scholar and the reformer. Vidyasagar dedicated to entire life to the cause of social reform. Born in 1820 in the very poor family, struggle through the hardship to educate himself in the end of 1851 in the position of the principalship of the Sanskrit college. Though he was a great Sanskrit scholar, his mind was open to the best in the Western thought, and he come to the present happy blend of Indian and Western culture. His guarantee lay before all his sterling character, shining intellect, best of posage of immense courage and the fearless mind. He practiced what he believed. There was no lag between his belief, his action, between his thought, his practice. It was simple to trace and habit, direct in his manner. He was a great humanist and he expresses immense sympathy for the poor and unfortunate and oppressed. In Bengal, the innumerable story regarding his high character and moral quality, deep humanisms are related till his death. He resigned from the government service for he would not tolerate only the official interview. His generosity to the poor was fabulous. He seldom possessed a warm food for the invariability gave it to the first naked beggar he met on the street. Vidyasagar, the contribution to the making of modern India in many sides. He evolved a new methodology of teaching Sanskrit. He wrote the Bengali primer, which is till this day, which is writing helping the evolution of modern purpose. Prose the style in the Bengali. He opened the gates of the Sanskrit college to the non-Brahmin student further. He was opposed the monopoly of Sanskrit student that presently caste was enjoying at the time. He was determined the brave persistent monopoly of the scriptural knowledge to the free Sanskrit study from the harmful effect of the self-imposition isolation. He introduced the study of Western thought in the Sanskrit college. He also founded the college which is now named after him. Overall, the Vidyasagar is remember gratefully his countrymen for his contribution to the upliftment of Indian downtrodden womanhood. Here he proved a worthy successor to the Raja Ramoga. He waged a long struggle in the favor of widow remarriage. His humanism was aroused to the full by the suffering of the Hindu people. He improved their laws. He gave his all the virtuality. He himself, 1855, created the powerful voice backed by the weight of immense traditional learning in the favor of widow remarriage. Soon the power movement in the favor of widow remarriage was started, which continued till this day. Later in 1855, a large number of petitioners from Bengal, Madras, Bombay, Nagpur, other cities of India were presented to the government and asking to pass the act legalizing the marriage of the widows. This agitation was successful and such a law was enacted. The first lawful Hindu widow remarriage among the upper caste in our country was celebrated in Calcutta 7th of December 1856 under the inspiration of supervision of Vidyasagar. The widow of many other castes in the different part of the country already enjoy this right under the customary. An observer had described the customary ceremony in the following way. For his advocacy of the widow remarriage, Vidyasagar had faced the bitter enmity of the Orthodox Hindu. At times, even his life was threatened, but he fearlessly pursued his chosen course. Though his cause, which included the grant of the monetary help to the needy couple, 20 25 widow remarriages were performed between the 1855 to 1860. 1850 Vidyasagar protests against the child marriage. All his life he campaigned against the polygamy. He was also deeply interested in education of women as a government inspector of school. He organized 35 school girls, and many of which he ran at his own expense. As the secretary to the Bethune School, he was the secretary for Vidyasagar, and he was one of the pioneers of higher education for the women. The Bethune School, founded in Calcutta in 1849, was the first fruit of the powerful movement of the women education that arose in 1840 to 1850. While the education of women was not unknown in India, a great deal of the prejudice against the existence some even believed that educated women would lose their husband. The first step in giving a modern education to girls were taken by the missionaries in 1800. But these efforts were made by the emphasis on Christian religious education. The Bethany School had a great difficulty in securing the student. The young students should shouted at any abuse, and sometimes even their parents were subjected to the social violence. Many believe that girls who had received the Western education would make a slave of their husband. Pioneer to reform the Western India. The impact of Western idea was felt much earlier in Bengal than the Western India, which was brought under the effective British control. The late 1818, Bal Shastri Jambekar was one of the first reformers in Bombay. He attacked the Brahmanical orthodoxy and tried to reform the popular Hinduism. 1832, he started a weekly Darpan with the objective of chasing away the mist of the error and ignorance with the clouded main minds, sending over them the light of knowledge in which the people of Europe have advanced so further before the other nations of the world. 1849, the Paramhans Mandali. Paramhans Mandali uh, was founded in Maharashtra. It was founded believed that one God and were primarily interested in the breaking the caste system. Paramhans Mandali Bal Krishna Jambekar Bal Shastri Jambekar. One first reformer in Bombay attacking Brahmanical Orthodox tried to reform the popular Hindu. At its meeting, the member took food cooked by the low caste people, and they also believed in permitting the widow to marry in the education of women. Branches of Mandali were formed in the Pune, Satara, and other towns of Maharashtra, reforming the Mandali influence on young people. R.G. Bandekar, the famous historian, later recalled, when we want for the long walk of the evening, we talk about the evil of the caste discrimination, how much damage was done by the decision between the high and low, how true progress for the which country could never be achieved without the removing of these distinctions. 1848, several educated young men from the Student Literacy and the Scientific Society, which has to be branches. Branches the Gujarat and the Marathi Dhanya Prakash Mandal. The society organized a lecture on the popular science and the social question. One of the aim of the society was to start a school for education of the women. 1851, the Jyotiba Phule and his wife has started a boys' school at Pune. So many other schools come up among the active promoter of the teach school where the uh, Jagannath Shankar Seth Baudaji Pune was also a pioneer video remarriage. Vishnu Shastri Pandit founded the Video Remarriage Association of 1950, another prominent worker in the field of Carson Monji, who started the Satya Prakash in Gujarat 1852 edited the Video Remarriage, an outstanding campaign of the new learning and the social reform in Maharashtra was Gopal Hari Deshmukh, who became the famous pain name of Lokhitvadi. Lokhitvadi which Gopal. He advocated the reorganization of Indian society on the rational principle and the modern humanistic and the secular value. Jyotiba Phule born in the low caste Mali family. He also acutely aware of socially degraded position of non-Brahmanical and untouchable in the Maharashtra. All his life was carried on the campaign against the upper caste domination and Brahmanical supremacy. Dadabhai Nehruji was another leading social reformer of Bombay. He was one of the founders of Association Reformer, Zoroastrian Religions and the Parsi Law Association, which agitated for the grant of legal status to the women, the uniform law of the inheritance and the marriage for the Parsi. From the very beginning, it was in the main, though the Indian language praised the literature that the reformer carried on their struggle to enable the Indian language to play his role successfully. He undertook such a undone task such as the preparation of language primer. For example, both his question Vidyasagar Rabindranath Tagore wrote a Bengali primer which were being used till this day. In fact, the spread of modern and the reformist ideas among the mass of the people occur primarily through the Indian language. We should also remember the significance of 19th century. The reformers may not uh, remember, but in fact that they were treated strictly for their art and activity that were have a decisive impact on making the world. So I have finished two chapters. So let's take a break for the 10 minutes and then I will try to complete this chapter, this book. This is the class 7th history book. From this book I have finished two chapters. It's very productive. So it's बिपिन चंद्रा हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडियन मॉडर्न इंडियन हिस्ट्री. तो मैंने ये इसके दो चैप्टर मैंने कंप्लीट कर लिया है. अब क्लास 7th की NCERT विच इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द एनी एग्ज़ाम, तो इसीलिए मैं उसको आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इट आफ्टर द 10-minute ब्रेक. Thank you so much for being joining us. Hello Meghna, how are you? Uh, मैं भी अच्छा हूँ. Am I audible? Hello Navneet, how are you? I'm also fine on it. Where are you from? I think we make ना, क्या हम मिल चुके हैं ना पहले? मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. Egypt, am I audible? मेरी आवाज़ आप तक जा रही है क्या? अच्छा, सब अच्छा चल रहा है. क्या हो गया? क्यों अच्छा नहीं चल रहा? ऐसा तो सबके साथ होता है. इट्स नॉट अ बिग डील फॉर यू. ऐसा सारे लोग के साथ होता है. मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही होता है. टेंशन बहुत होता है. जब भी मैं पढ़ता हूँ तो मन लगता है, और फ्री बैठ जाता हूँ तो समझ में नहीं आता है. कुछ फालतू का टेंशन भी होता रहता है. ऐसा मेरे साथ भी होता है. ये केवल आपके साथ ही नहीं होता है, मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही होता है. सो डोंट वरी, इट्स अ नेचुरल प्रोसेस. हाँ जी, इट्स अ नेचुरली सबके साथ ऐसा ही होता है. आपको टेंशन लेने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. और मैं हिस्ट्री का चैप्टर पढ़ रहा था. मैंने बिपिन चंद्रा की मॉडर्न इंडिया की बुक, इसके 2 चैप्टर आज मैंने फिनिश कर लिया है. एंड देन मेरे पास एक 7th क्लास की हिस्ट्री की एनसीईआरटी की बुक है. देन आई थॉट कि इसके 2 चैप्टर आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इट, और समझ के कोशिश करूँगा कि इसको दिमाग में रख लूँ, याद कर लूँ. अभी ये जो पॉइंट है विजयनगर एम्पायर के बारे में है, जिसमें बहुत सारे जो इम्पोर्टेंट किंग्स होते थे, दे यूज्ड टू मेक द इरिगेशन सिस्टम के लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें रिसोर्सेस बनाते हैं। और बताया जाता है कि कैसे हम्पी को पूरी तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया जाता है 1565 में, जब दक्कन के सुल्तान हो गया और जो गोलकोंडा, बीजापुर, अहमदनगर, बेरार, बिदार, इन तीनों लोगों ने मिल करके विजयनगर एम्पायर को पूरी तरह से डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं। सो यही आर्किटेक्चर के बारे में पढ़ रहा था। ये क्लास 7th की बुक है, फिशिंग इन द ट्रबल वाटर एंड मार्शलिंग करता हूँ। आपको आप कहाँ से हो वैसे? ओके, ठंडी जगह से आप हो। यहाँ पे मैं दिल्ली में बहुत गर्मी हो रही है, मतलब हालत ख़राब है। आप कैसे, नहीं बता नहीं सकता कैसे। कूलर, पंखा, फ्रिज सब जाके सब फेल मार गया। बस एसी काम कर। नवनीत, जीवन में टेंशन नहीं लेना है। जीवन में टेंशन नहीं लेना है, जैसे चीज़ें चल रही है उसको चलने देना है, और सब अपने आप सब अपनी जगह पे आ जाएगा। कुछ गड़बड़ भी लाइफ में हो ना तो उसको छेड़ना नहीं है, बस ऐसे ही चलने देना है। वो अपने आप नेचुरली फिर से लाइन पे आ जाएगा। सिचुएशन बहुत रश्ट हो ना। मैं सिविल सर्विसेज का प्रिपरेशन कर रहा हूँ। हाँ जी। आप क्या चीज़ की मतलब पढ़ाई करती हो? इफ आर यू ऑल्सो एस्पिरेंट इधर सिविल सर्विसेज और एनीथिंग एल्स? आप किस चीज़ की करते हो पढ़ाई? अरे यार, नीट का तो अभी पेपर लीक भी हो गया। मतलब आप 12वीं क्लास यानी 12th क्लास में है ना आप, कि पास हो गए हो 12th के? अच्छा, 1 ईयर, 2 ईयर, 3 ईयर। जब हम आईआईटी की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे तो आपके जैसे फीलिंग मेरे को भी उसी टाइम आता था, सिमिलर टाइप ऑफ फीलिंग आता था व्हेन आई वाज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द आईआईटी जेई के लिए। तो हाँ ठीक है, कोर्स वगैरह कहीं लिया आपने? कोर्स कहीं लिया आपने? अच्छा, हाँ तो फिर आप करो, आपका हो जाएगा। इस बार आपने दिया था? सो इट्स 3 o'clock और मैं इस स्ट्रीम को यहीं पे एंड करता हूँ। मैंने 2 चैप्टर फ्रॉम दिस बुक मैंने फिनिश कर दिया। 2 चैप्टर और रह रहे। टुमारो आई विल ट्राई टू फिनिश इट, अदरवाइज आज इवनिंग में मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि इस बुक को फिनिश कर लूँ। और इसके 2 चैप्टर मैंने आज का जो टास्क था मैंने फिनिश कर लिया है। Thank you so much guys for joining us, for supporting me, for loving me. It's means a lot for me. Bye bye. See you tomorrow on Sunday.